There isn't a single local that works.
Oh, happy day, everybody. We are going to be doing some streaming and developing and all that stuff. Let's get everything up and going. Is Twitch looking okay? How is our Stream Ninja thing looking? All right, time to sound off. Hello from Twitch. Twitch is working. All right, YouTube, let's see if you can pull it together. Hello from YouTube. YouTube looks like it's working. All right. Now let's try Kick. Hello from Kick. Hey, SPU. Hello from the Abyss. It's a holly jolly Abyss today. Kick is working. Nope, I didn't set up a new Rumble stream. Let's try this. Use that template. Yes, please and thank you right now because I did not plan ahead. Kind of a spur of the moment stream today. So that's fine. Of course, I have read all of the agreements that I have to agree to every single time I stream on Rumble. Kind of whack, but you know. If you want to be on all the platforms, you got to do all the platform things, right? Come on, Bessie. I see the live button. There it is. Hello from Rumble. Ooh, no chat from Rumble. Did we ever get the chat from Rumble working? I think I do this every single time. All right, I'm going to add the Rumble source this time. Let's see if it does it. Washburnello is my username. I gotcha. Twitch affiliate takes a little bit. You'll get there. Activate sign in. There we go. Oh, this is something different. Sign in. Hey, hold the phone. We might be bringing Rumble into the fold. Yeah, I used to only stretch. I used to only stretch on Tweem, stream on Twitch. But when I swapped over to Meld instead of OBS, they make multi-streaming like dead simple. It's kind of nuts how dead simple it is. Maybe one of these days I can go over a like a how my setup works sort of a video. Signing in, verify. This is where I get stuck. The verify if you're human. All right, time to put on my serious face. Are you going to work? Or are you just going to endlessly refresh? Verify I am human. that's what it does. It just gets stuck in a verify if you're a human loop. Booga 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 boo. All right, well, no Rumble chat today. Remove. All right. We're listening to Game Boy game music today. All right, the next one we need to do is X. And it never remembers any of my stuff. So I gotta put it in every blasted time. Create a broadcast. No, I mean like all the things to do when you've hit affiliate. So many assets to create, etc. And I was not prepared or expecting to hit affiliate 2. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff to manage. But if you link your emotes into Discord, you get the added benefit of like being able to use your emotes on other people's Discords without having to have Nitro. Ooh, cool gamer hacks. All right, I think that is everything. Let's go back over to Twitch. Yeah, 2 weeks is nuts. Holy cow! Did you have like a following elsewhere or something? Because that's pretty fantastic. Do I have a permit for the open fire? Don't worry about it. Don't like it's not an issue. It's not an issue. They told me it was fine. What's so anyway, so what we're working on today is we're gonna do some Picotron development. Let's move away from the void. Gaboosh. Yeah, don't worry about it. We won't worry about it. What fire? What fire are we talking about? Huh? I don't know. So, on the docket today, I'd like to do a little Poochie Survivors programming. But I was gonna stream about an hour or so ago, and my computer got super dog slow. And I was like, dang it, I gotta like do some spring cleaning. Gotta get in there and wipe out old nasty Joker files and all that jazz. Kill some old processes, uninstall some old software. Really, I just need a new MacBook, but you know, it's like Mama used to say, use it up, wear it out, make do or do without. You gotta tighten up the belt sometimes. Breaks into chorus. We didn't start. What? There's no fire. There is no fire here. This is not the void fire that you're looking for. Well, don't worry about it. Don't stress it. So anyway, one of the things that I used to do was I had like the Picotron manual up in like a browser to the side, and I would like, well, I mean, if I did it right now, there's nothing there. I'd be like, oh, look, there's a browser on the side, and I could do this stuff. Well, that browser is just ballooning RAM and just being a big problem. And I was like, you know what? I really only use it for when I need to ask Grok, like, how to do a thing in code. Not vibe coding, mind you, just like tutoring me. Or if I wanted to look at the Picotron manual. And I was like, you know what? The Picotron manual is just a text document. It's just like literally this thing right here. Why don't I just use it in Picotron? Because really, I just like search for SPR, blah, you know, and there, and like, well, SPR takes a little bit. There it is. And I'm like, oh yeah, thing. But I don't like For one, the Picotron manual is very wide, so it takes up the whole screen. And I don't like that this is like my only desktop. It just takes up a lot of space. I don't like that. So I thought maybe what we could do to start today. My music program just died. Like it just literally crashed and died. Well, that's the thing. Maybe God just doesn't like Game Boy music today. Let's try Super Nintendo music instead. Are we cool with Super Nintendo music? Let's try this. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, I thought about maybe just like hacking the text editor in Picotron into like a full screen one, in its own tab, so I can just tab over to it and reference the manual from within Picotron. Stay in it. I've just been watching chatting on here for years and had people randomly following me before ever streaming. Oh, so I already had the necessary amount of followers. Just needed one or two to stumble onto a few of my streams. Yeah, I get the average 3 per streams. Yep. Yep, that makes sense. It seems that we are not out of the woods with the system performance, but we're gonna get there. So yeah, that's what I wanted to do first. I wanted to hack together like a manual, like a dedicated full screen note thing or whatever. That shouldn't be that hard to do. I don't reckon. So let's go apps, notebook. And there it is. Bing, bing, boom. And let's copy it. And let's go to carts, work in progress. Paste. Now, you know what we need to do. The first time you pull up anything, any sort of cart, we have to like make icons and name it. So let's call this, how do you spell Manuel? Actually kind of like manual. Ooh, maybe we could like spoof it off of Word, like Microsoft Word. We could call it a full screen notebook. What if we called it desk book? Is that dumb? What if we call it paragraph instead of Word? I'm going to call it paragraph. 0.0 author Rushpanello. Siri, I'm not talking to you. Go away. And we'll say based on notebook by Zep. And a little heart. Paragraph. What should we make for our cart image for paragraph? Paragraph holder. I like that. Ooh, and colors. So have I used all of the colors? I have some yellow, have some orange, green. I use a lot of blue for my icons. Pink. Maybe we could do like magenta. And let's make it a little wider. I swear, every time I start a new project, I always like sink so much time into making like a new icon first. It's a problem. And we'll make a big P like Microsoft Word. And we want to do it with serifs. All right, not a fan. Don't like the proportions. Let's clean that up a little bit. I'm not as good of a pixel artist as Sailor is. Yeah, maybe we should have done that this way. And let's make this pink. Oops. All right, that'll work for now. And actually, let's edit this, and let's say a full screen text editor based on notebook.p64 by Zep. There we go. There we go. I feel good about that. All right. Let's take a look-see. I use AI. It needs to be yellow if it's P. I respect that. And honestly, we might do that. Holy cow, this is all that there is? Wow. Oh, sure, because it uses the GUI text field system, which pretty much has all of this stuff baked into it. Mixing up tabs and no tabs. Mixing them up. All right, let's clean some things up. Let's grab some boilerplate. Where's my boilerplate? Documents, boilerplate. There we go. Zoop. Zero, zero. We'll give Zep his own line. Name dis, we're calling it. Paragraph. I hope I'm spelling that right. How did I spell it out here? Oh, I need to rename that. Cancel. Save this. Rename. There we go. And then load it again. All right. Okie dokie 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 dokie. Local CE. What the heck is this? All right, so we're going to go through this and kind of clean it up, get it in my little format that I like to use. Let's see. Okay, we got draw, G-draw. Oh, covers the whole screen. Don't need to clear screen. Oh, okay. Okay. So we don't need to CLS because this is probably the GUI system. Yeah, the update all and draw all. Yep. So I like to do init, update, and then draw. So I'm going to reorganize these. That's interesting that it is draw, update, init. Maybe it's just because these are so big. That's probably honestly what it is. And you know what? I'm looking forward to learning something from Zep today because I don't know if I've ever had to like dig through his code in this capacity. All right, let's grab that. This is going to be, this window thing here is going to be the bulk of our stuff. Okay, yeah, just create GUI. All right, let's do. Do. Is this spaces? Oh no, it's just because it's a string. I've noticed that in my documentation stuff. All right. All right, so first thing I'm going to do, let's read through it. Let's march through the code. So the default variable width font. So we're choosing Lil font. What MacBook am I using? I might get an M2 next week. Currently have an Air M1 and I really enjoyed it. I have an M1 MacBook Pro. It is aging. But my son recently bought like the latest MacBook Air. I think it's it might have been an M2, it might have been an M3. Hold on a second. Hey Brad, it's an M2? Yeah, he got one of the M2 MacBook Airs, and it's honestly super zippy. He does a whole lot with it. Here's our icon. What? I don't know what that is. I mean, it's a user data, obviously. Can we... How can I get that to see what it is? Unpod. I don't understand what this graphics... /graphics thing is. I've never seen that before. Because that's formatted differently than this. But it's a user data. Huh. All right, poke this width height 280, 280 or 200. Oh, he put squashable on here. And then icon equals icon. Squashable is like a thing where the inside contents will squish when you resize the window. It's something I haven't messed with it yet. This I like to make. This is going to be a global. So this is going to be GUI. I don't like just the regular G GUI. It's hard to search for single character. See, like this, if I hit Control G again to search, you have to like move to the next one. For some reason, if you search for single characters, it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't do the thing. So I try not to use single characters for too many things, which is a bummer because that's like super popular, and I had to like move away from that in Pico 8 because I use it all the time in Pico 8. And then this is going to be GUI update all. GUI update all. Let's try it. Okay. I don't know what this icon is. Oh, that's it. Maybe that's it. Is that the about icon? That's probably what it is. Okay. So we're going to want to make our own icon. Actually, let's go ahead and get that icon. Let's go about, copy, and then we'll just dump it in here for now. So we can use that later. All right, and now the next thing for testing this kind of stuff, I like to do think it's current workspace. Nope. Maybe it's workspace and then current. Nope. Let me pull up one of my other things. What would be one that launches in a window? Oh, gamepad. And let's look at main. Has frame, auto close, workspace. Oh, that should workspace current. Did I typo it? Maybe because it doesn't have frame? Expected to close at line 18 near Z. Am I Oh, I'm missing a comma. I didn't put a comma. Yeah, thank you, thank you. There we go. Because I like, when I'm in my code, I like to launch it in this workspace. So so Z makes sure that, like, if I do this and I click here, this doesn't go behind. It pulls it to the front. Has a frame just means you're dealing with frames. Although I guess maybe this is on by default. I guess. I don't know. Auto close means I can hit escape to close it. So I don't have to, I can like pop in here, look at something, and I don't have to click the X. And then workspace just launches it here. So that way, if I'm like over here and I'm like messing with graphics, I can just launch it in here, take a look at it, and then escape to go back. And width, I'm going to make this 120. Yeah, we'll just do like that. Oh, and then we're going to do X equals 220. Y equals like 30, probably. Let's go a little bit more. Let's go 40. Let's go 50. Let's go 70. There we go. And let's bring this down to like 50. And let's bring this down to 40. There we go. That way it doesn't pick a random position every time. Good for my muscle memory. That's just for my sanity. I like coordinating things off like that. All right, icon. This looks like binary. I don't know what the 0808 is, but like these here, those just looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Those just look like rows of, maybe this is like 8 across by 8 tall, and then this is pixel data. But we'll just do possibly. Well, yeah. So it's kind of wondering, but color is white. That would be 0 and then a bunch of white, unless it just detects. Like 0 would be transparent, but 7 would be like white. Unless it detects any color other than that as solid. I don't know. All right, then we create our GUI, CE. Okay, so CE is our something editor. Local CE. What? See, this is why you don't do this. I want to know what CE is. It's a GUI element. We're attaching it to the GUI system. Attach a text editor. So it's probably something editor. X0, Y0, so it dumps it at the top left of the GUI editor. Width and height. It's just getting the display width and display height. And we're using relative. I learned about this the other day. Relative width and relative height. This means that when you resize the window, it stays relative to the container that's above it in the GUI system. Syntax highlighting is false. Actually, that might be nice to have on. Ooh, we could add menu options. And markup and embeds. That's great. Has search. Yes, it has search. It just turns it right on. It's all part of the attached text editor. I think that this thing is just literally a full screen attached text editor in a window. Background, foreground. So white is 7 and foreground is 5. That means that. Yeah, because that's technically not black. That's 5. Let's do. Oh, and always put a comma. You can do that in Lua. Just do that there, so you don't have to worry about if you forget it later. Theming. Are we gonna do a little bit of theming? Because that would be easy. All right, and then I'm just gonna rename this to editor. We're gonna actually go up to here. All right. And we attach scroll bars to it. And then I've never messed with an undo stack. So this will be fun to learn. Wrangle working file. Save to object. Function. Wow, you can do a function without anything? Like there's no name. What does that mean? Oh, these are parameters inside this function. So whatever the first thing this takes. Wrangle. Well, so what is that? What is wrangle working? Well, let's read through it and then we'll come back and see what it's doing. Because we don't care too much about what it's doing at the moment. I like my formatting or else I can't see my way around. Setting an undo checkpoint here means can always undo back to a no unsaved changes state. Okay. Oh, so editor, we get the undo stack from it, and we set a checkpoint. Interesting. Convert from lines back to a single string. Return table.concat. Editor get text /n. Convert from lines to, okay. Back to a single string. Okay. Load from object. Assumed to be a string. Okay. Function and then the string. Local. Oh, so this is probably. No. Save to an object. Okay, so this is the save function and this is the load function. So the save function grabs the checkpoint and turns it into a string. That's weird. I don't understand that. Interesting. Local text equal and split the string with new lines. I don't know. It looks like we don't need any of that. If it's not text, or I need to. I put underscores in front of all of my local variables. Oops. That way I know what the heck's going on. Did I miss any locals up here? There's a local. All right, then let's see here. Editor text. That is unnecessary because that's encapsulated inside the parentheses. Then we can just do that. Default file and extension. Okay, that's fine. We'll put it on the desktop. I like that. Get locate h location nil and nil. These are probably properties of Wrangle working file. Set h location. I don't know what h location is. Okay. State hint optional. Return a value that can be used to decide if there are unsaved changes. The return value can be anything, but should always change when the state of the document might have changed. Oh. There we go. Now we're back. Oh, wait. We're making this full screen. Why am I making this windowed? No. We need to go to... Where are you? Not Booklet Maker. Where's the most recent one? Kiro Comments. Let's go back to Releases, Kiro Comments, Show Cart. Here we go. Yeah, so you can just use that for the icon. Pausable title icon. Oh, interesting. How do I make it tabbed? So that means if we do this. Oh, okay. Okay. Let's okay. So I'm not going to read all of this. I don't think this is relevant to what we're trying to do. And then return editor get state. Well, I don't know what that is. All right. So then in our update, code editor always has keyboard focus when search is not open. So if not the editor search box is open. Oh wow, that's just baked into it being a text editor. That's cool. Then it has keyboard focus, and that's also a thing in there. All right, and then we update the GUI, and then we draw it all. Okay, perfect. So that means I think let's wipe this out. Let's get rid of squashed. We don't need that. We actually don't need all of this. Is it just tabbed? Yes. And this starts a new file. So if we go to desktop and we say test.txt. Haha. Look at that. Yeah, I figured this would be pretty easy. Okay. Let's close that. Yes, that's fine. But that leaves the workspace open. Okay. So we'll need to come up with an icon. Okay. So let's do this then. In our editor, we're gonna do this just to help break that up a little bit. Syntax highlighting is going to be true. So if we say function, yes. And then under window, I want to do that. Can I? Okay, that'll work. Let's see. I don't want line numbers. I don't care about line numbers for this. Background color. Let's do 5 and 7. That's nice and readable. What happens if we let's see, what if we go to our docs and our Picotron manual? Okay. Ooh, I kind of like this. I don't know if I don't like the gray as the background. But man, this is going to be nice to just like, so if I search for map, oh, there's a lot of examples of map. There we go. Yeah, that's radical. That's radical. I like that. Let's see, what's a good color? 22 maybe? Nope, that's the wrong color. 21 is what I meant to type. You know what, since we're testing, let's grab the Picotron manual and copy it and just paste it on the desktop. That way when we're running, we can say open file, Picotron manual. What about just good old black? What if we just do 31? That's not black. 32. What if we just do one like the code editor? See, I don't like that because that makes me think I'm in the code editor. Let's play with some colors. Let's see here. What if we do... What if we do red? Let's do custom. We do 2 and 24. These are kind of like our warm colors here. Could probably pull in a brown or so. Will that collide with the color formatting though if we do tabs? Let's try 2 and see what that looks like. And if I tab, yeah, see that's I'd have to reskin that. See, it's like almost like it was designed for this color palette. I think 21 is probably my next favorite. Unless I made a custom color. We could do that. That's not bad. Actually, I think I'm okay on that. And if we do tabs, wait, are tabs visible? No, they're not. Okay, so that's not even an issue anymore, or really? Okay, let's stick with this. Let's make a dark mode and a light mode. We'll do dark mode by default because we're cool like that. And then the next thing we want to do is we want to go to carts and releases. Nope. Work in progress. And you. And I want to pull in all of my stuff. My import libs. All right, and then we'll do what happens if you use the editor to edit itself? The world implodes, and that's why we don't do that. Actually, fun fact, that's where the void came from. I tried to edit the editor, so we don't do that again. We don't. We learn from our mistakes. We're like Tony Stark. We learn from our mistakes. Let's get an X and a Y. I don't think we need this, but expected near. What? Isn't this the oh. And we don't need this. Am I going crazy? Oh, right, because you got to put a vid mode if you're going to do this. This is probably overkill. But this is just like something that I do on my stuff. There we go. What happened to my tabbed? Did the vid mode blow out my tabbed? Do I put that, and then window? Oops. Well, all right. Well, you know what? No, I want to keep my stuff uniform. Why is this not doing tabbed? Wash built this in a cave with scraps. Why? Oh, why? It's not respecting the window. Why is it not respecting the window? Screen on event. Is the vid mode jacking it up? No. So it's got to come before then. But it's not respecting all of it. It's not respecting auto close. Something with vid mode. All right, let's just put it in here. And then in my debug, it should just get this display width though. Why isn't it getting the display width? Attempt to index a nil value. Local screen W should be screen W or get display width. All right, well, what if... What if we just put those up here? No, because it's happening outside of it, outside of the loop. Okay, well, I would like to figure this bug out. So there's no display mode, so I can't get the display. Okay, well let's do this. Let's just do it El Manuel. We don't like magic numbers, but you know what? We're gonna use them right now because why not? We're gonna say 480 by 270, and actually that should be 479 by 269. No, that's 480 because that's a width. That's not a coordinate. There we go. But that means we can hit... Ooh, F1 does not work. Is it because it's hijacking the keys? What if we change this to a tilde? That might be because the keyboard has focus. Interesting. Let's see what this does. No, that doesn't work. Oh, it's because I'm not running it. I'm a dummy. I got to come down to our draw function, and I got to say, what is the thing? Debug.run. And it's capital. I need to update that comment because it's a global. There we go. Cool beans. Man, I love having standardized libraries. Okay. While we're doing this, let's close that, and this, and this, and let's grab let's grab you. And add some color tables to it. So that means if we do that, we got the color tables. Oh, that's funny. It's clicking through it. Huh. Probably because they're both root level GUI objects. All right. Our icon. Why is our workspace not showing our icon anymore? It was showing it before. And now it's not. Oh, because I put that below the icon or the window thing. There we go. All right, let's make an icon real quick. Let's do how big of an icon do we get to make? Let's check out Kiro comments real quick. Show cartridge. Graphics. Did I keep a copy of it in here? I did. 8 by 8, it looks like. All right, so let's change this to 8. All right, it's a little big, but maybe if we take off this, And let's set it to white. And let's copy that. Icon equals this. And we'll remove this stuff here to just unpod the data. Oh, interesting. Oh, yeah, because it's highlighted. Okay. Well, that's Garbo. We want it to be up a little towards the top. So we would rather have it up. And do we want it fat? Actually, I like that. Because we're double thick over here and double thick here. Yeah, let's do it that way. Double thick is my rapper name. There we go. See, this wasn't going to be too hard. I figured it would be relatively simple. You know? You know? Now let's do some menu stuff. This song is annoying. Let's just turn that. Kirby's Dream Course, heck yeah. All right, where is my menu library? Do I have a menu library? No, I don't. Okay. So that means I probably have a project somewhere that had some menus in it. What would that be? What would that be? Which one had the menus? Did Booklet have menus? Maybe it was in one of my releases? Comet did. Let's check out Comet. Show cart contents. Source. Menu. Here we go. And actually, let's just say save file as cart. New folder. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Anyway, menu.lua. Lua. And that means when we go like this, then we should have stuff here. But we didn't include it. So let's... we've got our import libs. And then we've got our includes. Source. And that should... Nope. I wonder if the text wrangle stuff is eating it up. Init min. Oh, I have actual inits for these. It doesn't just pull it in. So let's do... I need to make a better library for this is what I need to do. We could... No. We'll do init menu. And then update menus. Where's our update function? I'm going to get rid of all of this. Because that is a lot of stuff that I don't care about. Update menu. No, we're already in update, so I don't need to put update menu. Attempt to index a nil value global settings. Okay, so now it's okay. We're actually marching through the code here, so perfect. The label. Let's cut this one down into something that we want. We wanted syntax highlighting on and off. And let's do something like this. We have monospace, show tabs. Okay. Syntax. The label is going to be syntax on. And we're going to comment that out for now. Store in our settings. Yeah, we'll probably just have to save that for later. If settings is on. All right, so this is our little toggle. And of course, we didn't do it here. Let's just block that out. There we go. We have syntax on. All right. And it doesn't do anything right now. Open help, open changelog. Nice. And then that should be towards the top. I don't like that. I would like those at the bottom. I'm going to comment these out for now. Okay. And then this one, it has them at the top. I wonder how this one does it. There's got to be a way that these are ordered in. Maybe instead of ID, we could do numbers. About cart syntax on. What if I do like 20? Does that matter? No. No, it doesn't. Let's do under our init. We'll say syntax on, markup on, search on. Really, I just want that to be toggleable. Let's just do syntax for now. So we'll say toggle syntax. P for Poochie. We should add a little Poochie something to this. Syntax on equals not syntax on. So that means the action is going to be what happens when you click the menu item. So syntax on is going to become not syntax on, which is just the opposite. So if it's on, then it turns it off. If it's off, then it turns it on. And we don't need to do this. Let's leave it there because I won't remember how to do it later. And then if it's on, yeah. So here's our conditional logic. So if syntax on, then what is the window thing called? Nope, not the window thing. Syntax highlighting. And that's going to be editor. So we're going to get rid of this, and we're going to say editor dot syntax highlighting equals true. Oh, no, this is if it's on. If it's on and we click it, it's going to turn off. And then if it's not on, so if it's off, then we're going to turn it on. Let's try it. And so if we do a function off. Okay. What? Okay. Well, that's a thing. Oh, we're moving across. We're moving across files. So let's do. This needs to be a global now. Let's try that. Okay, what did I do? What did I do? Syntax error in your function. What? Line 31, syntax error in your function. That doesn't help me. Editor equals nil? Is it because I'm not declaring anything? That's weird. Okay. All right. Function. Turn that off. So it needs to it needs to be updated. But then I wonder why that is. I wonder if there's like it needs to be touched sort of thing. Like the text needs to be updated. I know how to do that. But I haven't done it in a while. It's in here. It's in the attached text editor. Let's work on that later. That's a bug. All right. So on and off. So it's on by default. So this name means syntax needs to be off. And then down here is where we're going to, nope, not that. Down here in the update, we'll say syntax on, syntax off. And then this should be the graphics for the little toggle switch. And then label is going to equals what? Oh, that's if it's true or not. Okay. Syntax on. So what this does is if the label the label is going to be set to, and this is a conditional statement, if this is true, then it'll set it to this. Otherwise, it'll set it to this. And then this is syntax. This is affecting the syntax menu item. So that should... Oh, that's interesting. Did I not close that? What? Oh! I hit save. I bet I hit save. I don't know what I did there. I don't know why that's there. It's there though. So let's go off. And if we, yeah, okay. On. Okay. That's good enough. That's good enough for me. And those should be backwards. I think that is not what should happen. It's what currently is. So that should be like it's currently on. I really want that to be fixed though, where it updates it automatically. But I think we're at a place where we can just use it. Sure. Let's do... Yeah. So that means we can go to... Oops. Carts. Work in progress. Poochie Survivors, we can load that. And then we can just run this. And then we'll say open file. There we go. We got ourselves a little Picotron manual. And you know what? I actually think... Let's update this real quick. We were thinking right. We were just ahead of the curve. Boop, boop, and boop. We're gonna push this whole thing over. We're pushing P. Whatever that means. There we go. Sweet. We did it. We made a full screen editor. Isn't that fantastical and wonderfully splendiferous? I dig it. It's a Christmas miracle. Woohoo! If you guys are interested in using this cart, let me know, and I'll see about putting it on the BBS or putting it on my website or something. All right, let's shift gears. Are you feeling good? Are you feeling good? Are you feeling limber? Are you feeling loosey-goosey? I am. I am ready to do some gamey stuff. Gamey stuff. Beep, 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 beep. All right, let's take a look at our design doc. Glad you're here for the goose feelings. It is doggo time. Poochies. Poochie Survivors. All right, so Vanilla Plus version of Poochie Survivors for Pico 8. Inspiration, Vampire Survivors and Poochie Survivors. This game is quick to get into and fun with friends. It is not the best Vampire Survivors like ever, and ridden with DLC and expansions, even though that is one of the best parts of actual Vampire Survivors. Goodness, that's an annoying song. Ultima 5, you can go do other things by yourself. All right, we're sticking with the original Poochies and the original stages and the original weapons, which includes some of the expanded ones from the unreleased version, because I already have the code for that. Co-op to start with. Couch co-op to start with. Network later. Because we know kind of how to do that. We're doing bark powers, we're doing collar passives, we're doing save slots, weapon fusions, pickups and destructibles. We haven't deferred anything yet because we're not far enough in the project to do that. What are we doing next? We've got movement, tile collision, map wrapping collision. I think we were kind of ready to do the game mode and get enemies working. Enemies and attacks. Player collision. We're not doing collision with each other, which is already done. Bark powers. We got barking done. Scene switching. So we have the scenes. Oh, we have the scene switcher working? Oh, hold on. I need to get another controller. I'm coming. Wait up for me. Hold up. Wait a minute. Oh, right. We are back. A controller. I need another controller. Because we need to test with player 2. Network multiplayer in Picotron. Yes, so you want to see it? Do you want to see it in action? Because I have I've put together some networking stuff. Let me know. We can do like a quick little tour de jour. I know others have done networking stuff in Picotron. There we go. And then we crash because that other scene doesn't have anything. Yeah, let me know if you want to take a look at the networking stuff. Because I think it's going to be pretty straightforward, at least over LAN. Over the internet, there might be significant delays that you have to account for that kind of stuff. But from what I've heard, is if you do LAN multiplayer, you can expect the latency of just like normal computers. But it's all about maintaining a session status, like a session state, and then synchronizing those changes back and forth to the other devices. Play timer, game over scene, level up window, XP bar. We're going to have to rework all of that stuff. There's all the weapons, items. No. This is our ID scratch list. Idle too long and you sleep. I love that. Love that kind of stuff. New maps, new songs. List of okay, okay. To-dos. Scene transition effects is on the to-do list. Gameplay scene. Spawn attacks, spawn enemies. Yeah, so I mean, Pico 8 had Splore, right? That's just like connecting to the internet for things. But Picotron does have like actual network support. Actually, you know what? Let me show you real quick. It's not going to sidetrack too incredibly much. I made normally you have client and server. I made one called Booth and one called Waiter. And so these are both running locally on this machine through localhost. But if I did this on another, it would work all right. So the Waiter, it's listening now. And then if I press Z here, it connects. And then it synchronizes. This is actually going through localhost. If I hook up Booth on another Picotron instance on another computer, it won't show up here, but it'll show up here with its own ID number, and then like you can move them individually. It's like pushing stuff from one to the other. So pretty fun stuff. Relatively easy in like function, but it's but designing your game around taking that into consideration is a little trickier. And it's something like that's as far as I got with the proof of concept. I hadn't gotten any further with actually hooking it into a usable game state with like extra logic and stuff like that. All right, so we are going to work on the gameplay scene. So let's scrub through here a little bit. We're grabbing our screen width. We're doing vid mode 3. We're importing all of our libs. All right, let's disable the mouse cursor. We init the save. We load the game. That stuff is actually not hooked up yet. Like the code behind it is commented away. Move away from frame-based timing. Yes, we're going to eventually do that. This is where we learned that the T and the F are just upside-down versions of each other. We're not doing anything with the cheat codes yet. So yeah, these can all go away eventually. I'm so glad I don't have to do any of these hacky things anymore. Here's bonds. That's our XP. Last dog. All right, so and then that'll fade out and it'll go scene switcher. Bam. Okay. All right, so we'll just jump right into the home scene. And then in our update, we're manually doing these instead of using time. We're going to eventually move to time. Oh my, not even a greater than or equals. Good gravy, that's awful. Greater than 20. Why in the world am I even doing that? All right. RNG. What in the world? move away from this. Love it. All right, and then so we're doing everything is scene based. So we're doing update scene, clear the screen, draw the scene, draw my debugs. What is print R? And the Konami. Okay, so I guess text and then indent. I don't understand what that is. But I can't just strip this stuff out because I like don't know what it is. It's like something's relying on it. And there's my Konami code. So we'll not worry about that. All right, so it's going to be all in scene stuff. So we have the home scene. Draw home scene, and here's our ready. Gameplay. All right. So when we init gameplay, Yeah, there is no music to play right now. That's a bummer. Somebody needs to make a Pico 8 to Picotron music importer. Please and thank you very much. That would save me a lot of time. That's some save data stuff. Then we init enemies. Can I? Where is... Can I just do this? I better not, because I don't know what's handed off to it yet. I want to eventually just be able to jump right into a gameplay. But... What is that? Was it ready? Yeah, see, it's relying on... Yeah. Boo. I'd like to be able to just jump right in there. Preload a bunch of stuff. Which means I need to get this controller and keep it at the ready. Oh wait, what was that? What was that message? "202 attempted to call an ill value global update dog." Okay, I think okay, it's broken. Because I don't think we do that anymore. Our dog stuff got completely redone. We're updating actors. So in... I don't think we need this anymore. What are we doing here in init? In the home scene. Actors init all. But I don't think we need to do that. Spawn dog init. Flip X, flip Y, set walk down. This should probably... pull an X and a Y from current scene. Because I think that's just going to dump it into the center. Which is probably okay for most scenes. So we can do that. But I think we want to like future-proof that a little bit. Gameplay. So we don't want to do this. We want to do actors init all. This will init not just the dogs, but all the actors. So if there are other actors that'll run their inits, that might not be preferable. All right. We're going to comment this out. I like to comment instead of delete because I don't want to have to like undo and remember what was potentially there. What was happening in enemies? Enemies are not set up as actors yet. Enemy and all enemies do. Okay. What is init enemies? Okay, that creates the tables, creates the spawn rate, cooldown, and okay. So that should be innocuous. That actually should exist there. Let's try it again. What's our next choke point? Draw dog. Okay. Draw dog. So we're drawing the map. We made it past this. Replace with new maps. Did I redo the map system? Load map. Update map. All right, let's get to no crashes first. Draw the bones. Draw the turds. Wait a second. Oh, so we made it all the way through an update cycle. Nice. I was not expecting that. Draw waves. All right, and then draw dog. Yeah, actors. Okay. So this should actually be... Where is it? Yeah. Draw all. Now, if I'm going to be drawing all my actors, I'm going to need to consider Z sorting or Y sorting because it's a 2D game. We might already be Y sorting them though. Where's my actor? Where's my actor class? Oh, am I using the universal one? Ooh, This is Y sorting them. Okay. So that means, yeah, it is Y sorting them. Okay. And then we're going to do the UI elements per dog. That's probably going to break because there are no dog objects in that sense. That's the dog's HP, which should be stuffed into the dog's draw function anyway. Draw a table, enemies, draw parts, draw attacks, draw the subscreen. All right, let's see how far we can get here. I missed one. Oh, in the subscreen. Okay. So let's block out the subscreen. I just want to get in and be able to like move stuff around and interact with things. Attempt to perform arithmetic in global seconds. Update scene. Update clock. Huh. Why didn't it catch this on the first cycle? That's interesting. Okay, so let's block that out real quick. Update gameplay scene. Oh, update dog. Let's do... Update all. And then our attacks. These are probably all going to break because they don't have a dog to focus on, unless they're just focused on the center of the screen, which would have been smart of me to do at this time. Enemy rate. All right, let's try. Update experience. And then game over. This is, we don't have a dog HP. Come on, give me something. Hey! Hey! Look at that. There was something. Enemy round. If minutes and seconds, then... Oh, okay. So since there was something wrong with the minutes and seconds, it couldn't spawn an enemy. Let's do... If time is... Let's say time modulo 1 equals 0. So that'll be every second. Right? Isn't that how modulo works? I never remember. Time modulo 1. 2, 3, 4, 1000, 5, 1000, 6, 1000, 7, 1000, 8. Yeah. That's it. All right. So they're still moving. We need to re-init that. So what are we doing in the ready scene that's causing them to walk to the right? Init ready scene. Dog walk. Y equals... For dog and all dogs. Is this... That's init. 50 plus. Okay. If dog 1 X is less than screen W, an init gameplay scene. Okay. Dog DX equals 2. Okay, so it's just a static speed that's applied to it. All right, so what we need to do there then is probably part of the init is self.dx equals 0. Self.dy equals 0. That kills current momentum. All right. And then we go off the screen and we transitioned. Why is that still doing it? Let's look at our debug and let's try to get some things. X dx huh? Huh? Oh, dx. What? What? What does it do? What did I do? Dog. Dog. See, there's my momentum. And that's 2. And then it's still 2. Why is it not redoing the dog? Are we not initting the dogs during the gameplay? Gameplay init? Oops, I'm in dog. Update. Ready scene. Init gameplay. We're initting all the actors. And our dog has an init. Right? There's our dog's init. Oh boy. Actor and all actors, actor init. That should init them. But alas, it is not. Why is it not? Let's just do dog. It's a capital D for the table, yeah. Dog1.dx equals 0. So that means the cat should run off, the dog should not. Two. It's okay. So we're not getting here. Init gameplay scene. Are we not getting through the init? Okay. What is our dog's X there? 2. All right. And then if I do init, zero. Okay. And then if I do this, so something is causing it to happen afterwards. Okay, so this is doing its job, but something is causing it to happen again elsewhere. Maybe in the update actors. So let's do. Let's come up here. Am I messing with inputs? Ready. Okay. So if dog 1's X is less than the width of the screen, then we change that. If button 5, that's why we do the dog. For dog in all dogs do, dx equals 2. And then we update all the actors. And then we set it to 2, and then we update. Okay. And then, okay, so in my dog function then, what's going on here? That's an annoying song. Hey, welcome everybody in the chat. It looks like, wow, 7 viewers. Holy moly, I think that's probably close to the most I've ever had. Thank you so much for hanging out. We're doing some Picotron game development. If you haven't followed me, I'm Washburnello everywhere. If you haven't subbed, sub so that I can make some money and replace this crappy laptop with one that works on this stuff better. All right, so That's setting the meta table stuff. Spawn dogs with player ID. Spawns it with a 0 DX. And it should be down here in the update movement function. Self.gamepad on. Yeah, so if the gamepad's on, and that pulls the buttons left, right. Applies the walk speed. That's modifying DX. And then we're checking for DX. And then we're adding DX to our X. But if this is 0, it shouldn't add anything to our X coordinate. Enemy collisions. Any DX stuff in? No. Okay, post-update stuff. We don't have any post-update. DX. We're looking for DX. We are looking for DX, man. Where is DX? That's all old code. All right. Drop particles. Okay, and then the gameplay. So we hijack the update scene. Draw this here. That's save data stuff. We init the enemies. And we init the and we've confirmed that sets DX to let's check here. Where is this happening? Because it has to happen somewhere. 2. Why is it 2? Init gameplay scene. Then we do our update. So it's in our ready. It does it here. And then it oh, there it is. Order of operations. So in this update cycle, we check if the dog has gone off the screen. If he has, we run all the stuff in the init, but then it still has to continue down through here. And so it clears the particles, and then it checks for the buttons, and then it adds to the dog, and then it updates the actor. So it redumps it back in there. This should be down here at the bottom. Another way of doing this would be to add a return that would just escape out of the whole ready scene, and it wouldn't waste time doing this other stuff, but I'm cool with this. Because technically by doing it this way, you're pushing it to the end of the last frame instead of the beginning of the next frame. Because he would move off the screen and then you would check. Whereas before, it would move off of the screen and then the next frame around it would check, did he move off the screen last frame? All right, so that means... Oh, did I leave my assert in here? No, I did not. We should be standing still. Hot dang! But we don't have controllers because we disabled controllers. I forget, what did we do to disable controllers? That's init already. Move dogs off screen. Gamepad on is false. Okay. So this needs to be Dog settings. All right, so now here's an interesting question. When we come down here and we init the gameplay scene, we're going to init the dogs, and then we're going to make some dog-specific settings for this scene. So now the question is, when you start and it's one player, you should start in the center of the screen, right? But with multiplayer, you don't want everybody piled on top of each other. You kind of want them spread out a little bit. So I think for simplicity's sake, let's account for multiplayer starting positions. And that is an annoying song. I think I'm going to remove player 2. I think I want to get a one-player game working. We have all the stuff in place to get the second player working, but I think I'm going to disable beans for the time being. Because that way... Ooh, okay. And so this is going to be true. Oh, it's setting it off screen. We don't want to do that. The init is fine. The init took care of this. The init took care of this. And that's fine. We can leave that there. We can leave that there. All right. So we should have a dog in the middle of the screen now. That's walkable. We do. What is going on with our map? Oh, don't we have a smooth scrolling thing that needs to be turned on? Where do we do that? In our home scene? Place this with the tile object. Load map 1. Music. What is this? If fill tab. Oh, that's drawing the carpet. Clock tick. Maybe it's in the update. Update title. Scroll map. Scroll on equals false. So we need to, I'm just going to copy this over for now. And we're going to do some deduplication. Init, gameplay scene, update gameplay scene. And we probably want to do this pretty early. So let's just put it up here for now. We should probably just dump this into like the map function or whatever. Okay. I don't understand why that's doing that. What is that? That is some pretty horrific stair-stepping. What the heck? Oh, I see what's happening. It's grabbing the garble map. What the? Why is that so bad? I guess it's probably stair-stepping here as well? We just can't see it because the map's not moving? Because that's really bad. I think technically in the other Poochie Survivors, we just stayed in the middle of the screen. Like it like the map moved, but the player technically didn't. But we're gonna actually have to have player movement in this one because we have multiple players. Where did we set a map? Load map. Load map 1. So let's go down to gameplay. And which map are we using? So there's the big old gobbledygook that's got everything. Map 1, map 2, map 3. We're using map 3. Maybe this will work better. What is that? I don't understand. I guess we look at the map function. Load map, and then the map. Okay. 0, 1. All right, let's look at what am I so it looks like we're doing a map file name. So that should just be one.map. Yeah, like 3. Let's do 1. Okay. What? What? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What? All right, foreground, background events, height, we don't care about that. Load map dumps the /map, one.map into here, here, and here. Okay. I don't see anything controversial in there. So on the home screen, we're loading map 1. So that means when you do this, this is map 1. And then this is map 1. It's still doing map 0. So it's not respecting that. Init home. And then in here, in the ready screen, load map 5. Now that's interesting. It loaded the collision, but it didn't draw it. Because there's no draw map function. What am I using up here in the home? Draw map FG. Okay. That's what I need right there. Draw home screen. Let's see here. Init gameplay. Because I'm willing to bet that it's just doing a map. Yeah, draw map. Replace with new maps. Yep, that's it. Draw a map, then we draw all the actors, so we draw the particles, and we draw the foreground. And then this is we're going to get rid of that. We're going to get rid of this. And this. And then we're going to drop the map foreground down here. Do we want the foreground to be in front of the attacks? No, we don't. But we do want it to be in front of the enemies. Okay, so what it was is what I did the load map. Yeah. It was still drawing the old map, but it was load or map 0, but it was loading the collision. I'd like to have load map load everything in, and then I could just draw a map, but we do have to split it up between the background. Yeah, so that's why, because we need to be able to do layer sorting. All right, so that means in our gameplay, this should be 3. Is that what it was? 2, 3, yeah. So this should work. Yeah, and we have proper looping. I don't like that stair stepping. And we don't have any collision on there because we just haven't put that on the map yet. So if we go to event, there we go. Put some collision on there. I don't like the stair stepping. Man, I hate that. You know what? Let's bring back beans. I want to see what this looks like. Oops. Yeah. She is stair stepping. It just blurs because it's on screen. I wonder, how bad does this look on vid 1? I've got to go all the way across. Oh, that still looks bad on vid 1. I'm really proud of that collision system for the looping map. Yay! We're buddies. Okay. Let's think for a second. Think. Hey, our kickbots didn't spam us. Am I losing my touch? I don't know what to do about that stair stepping. I feel like I'm going to need to watch Christian's video in the advanced shmup about that. Because it had something to do with, like, clamping the amount of speed. Well, see, because in his thing, it was on Pico 8, and Pico 8 doesn't have analog sticks. I wonder if I'm doing something different with the movement. Because, like, in Legendables, I've got, like, pretty smooth movement. What? Oh. It tried to spawn an enemy. Where was that? There it is. I guess technically in Legendables, it's like single screens and then it scrolls. That's just a lot. I mean, look at that. Cobblestoning, I think is what they call it. Have any of you guys messed with cobblestoning? How to address cobblestone? You know what? First, let me look at Legendables. I want to make sure that I'm not gonna try and reinvent the wheel. I mean, that's kind of jittery. Maybe it's a combination of the map moving and the character moving. See, I mean, that's a little jittery, but like it doesn't look or feel that bad. It's moving faster. Oh, I forgot there's a tile there. See, that's like popping backwards even. Is that whole map jittering? That... Does it still look jittery if I turn the map off? Yeah. Dang, that looks bad. Alright. What does our dog movement look like? I almost feel like I should, like, clamp it. What's my dog's speed? What's the walk speed at? Maybe it's a problem with, like, something on the speed. Walk speed is 100? What does that mean? What? Well, that didn't do anything. That doesn't look like it's doing anything. Is that just a placeholder? Self.walk times self.walk speed. I change this back to 100. There and there. That's okay. So what? Why is there no difference between that and 1? There's no difference. That literally does nothing. Okay. So this is the dx equals button 1 or 0. So that's going to be from 0 to 255 because that's what the analog stick returns, or 0 if it's off. And then minus the other direction, divided by 255. So 255 divided by 255 is 1 times the walk speed. And if my walk speed is 100, then 250, then 1 times 100 should be 100. I don't know why that's not doing anything. What if we just take this out? Okay. Let's get some data. Let's grab our X and our Y and our DX and our DY. And we want this on by default. So 1 and negative 1. Okay. Why? Why is that 0? Are we rounding this somehow? Oh, we're flooring it here. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Okay. So I need to be probably flooring this to something. Or clamping it to like... I don't know, like a quarter of a pixel, half of a pixel? I don't know, I don't want to ruin the analog nature. Is it the walk animation? Is it the little jitter of the little jitter of the movement plus the walk animation going up and down? Where's my animation stuff? Change up and down animation. Where's our actual animate? Maybe it's just done in the draw. Where do I update the map camera? I was posting from YouTube, but I couldn't, but it might not be working. Oh. That's strange. I don't see your chat in YouTube. Like if I look at the YouTube page, I don't see your chat in there. Also, welcome, Kevin. Weird. Yeah, I don't see your stuff on YouTube. Okay, so it's not the animation. Good gravy. That's psychedelic. I've often seen this when the camera is updated one frame after the player, when the camera is following the player. Interesting. So let's turn this back on. All right. Let's see. In our gameplay, we're doing the camera update here, and then this is the actor update that has all the dog stuff in it. One frame after the player when the camera is following the player. Maybe it needs to be maybe it needs to be after. Yeah, maybe it needs to be after. Because it looks like it's doing some calculations off the dog's origin and its X position. So maybe that stuff needs to be... Oh! Yeah, because it needs to calculate the dog stuff first, and then the camera stuff. Kevin, my man. Awesome. I was about to go crazy. Okay. Well, sweet. Oh, dang. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. Woo! I feel so much better about that. All right. Whew. Great googly moogly. I gotta recenter myself. What was I even working on before that? Let's try with both of the dogs. Yeah, that's normal blur. Okay. And we'll get it like averaged between the two of them eventually. That's a whole lot smoother. Oh yeah. So good. Amazing. All right. So, what's something that we can pull in here? Update. All right. So let's look at our gameplay. So we update the scene. Update this draw scene there. We're loading map 3. We're playing music 40, but there's no music currently, so it's not playing anything. Save data stuff. We're not going to mess with that till later. We init enemies, which is just prepping tables for the time being. We init the actors, and then really we just turn the gamepads back on. And so I'd like to do... We're going to do this later, but I'm going to... let's do... Nope. That one there. There we go. Eventually, I'd like it so that when we have a starting... Like we've got... pull a paintbrush and grab a little blob. So we've got the dog in the middle, if it's one player. But then if it's two player, I kind of want to do like a circle. And then have like it be like player 1 and player 2. And then like player 1, player 2, and player 3, you know? like these little dispersion patterns when like, oh yeah, with like a certain radius from the center for like starting positions depending upon how many players there are. I think we need to move the map logic into its own function. Do we? Because we actually, like, we have some duplicate code up here. Where is it? But we don't need it for the house. Yeah, let's change that. There it is. Rework this to use fence collision and move it into its own function. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. So under the world, we have loading maps, we have updating the map. We're not going to do any of this stuff because I didn't even use camera back then. I literally just like scrolled things in the opposite direction. Let's do. Let's grab this. And let's drop that here. And then let's get rid of this. We can get rid of O. Rid of that and that. So this, like, all of this stuff is just going to take care of itself. Fenced collision to dog. So right now, we're using the dog's origin minus his X, and then we're offsetting the camera by that. So the dog is moving not on screen space, but in like absolute space. And then the map is generating around him. And then we're just adjusting the camera to follow. So all of the positions of everything are absolutes. So let's so like if we come here, so yeah, our X is like our Y is just going negative, even though the map loops and repeats. So what is dog origin X? Is that something here? Dog origin X, dog origin Y. What? I guess that's the center of the screen? So local X equals the center of the screen minus the dog's current X. So I'm taking the dog's position in the world, and I'm subtracting a number from it, and then I'm adjusting the camera by that. Okay. So I guess if I wanted to use this system and implement a collision fence of sorts, then I just would need, then I'd need to, instead of measure from the center, I'd need to specify an X, a Y, a width, and a height. Or a radius. A radius would be some trickier math. So we would be looking at, oops. It would be like an edge from the screen. So it would be like this. And we could do like an edge from the screen so that when our dog bumps up against it, then it starts. So that means it starts moving. So that means I would need the distance here. And then here. Here. And here. And I would need to, if I detect that the dog has pushed past that, then I would need to adjust the camera by his X position minus this. But if I wanted to do it as a circle, it would actually probably be like an oval. And then we're looking at getting the distance from the center. I don't know if it would have to be well, yeah, it probably wouldn't have to be an oval. You could probably just do a circle. And then once you reach past that, then it's going to have to take the X and Y from that position and then start adjusting it. And I would probably want to center it on like the center of the dog. So it's center to that point there. Something like that. I'm not sure how the math of that would work. But then the question is, how would I incorporate other dogs? Because I feel like having multiple dogs on here is going to be a completely different system. I feel like you're probably just... Instead of doing... I feel like you're probably just calculating the dog distance from the center. Like, instead of there being a circle, you've just got, like, a center dot. Which could be that dog origin. If it's just like that, then we're detecting the over and up. You know, something like this. And then we're probably averaging them out. Would that work? So if we did something like, I'm not even doing math, I'm just guessing. I do this with math. I just guess and I just plug things in like visually, almost like playing music by ear. Something like that? I was doing something. That is not the right formula, but let's think this through. You're working on an example in Pico 8. Ooh. I feel like there's a really crisp mathematical answer to this. That's like, oh yeah, you do blah blah blah, and you pipe it into pi, and you do yada yada, and like, ha 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 ha, ooh, 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 and then it works. But I'm not that guy. I am not that guy. So what if, oops, we have the dog origin right now it's dog origin minus dog x. So it's, let's copy this, paste it here. And let's erase this stuff. That's a repetitive song. All right, so we have dog. Right now we have origin x minus dog x. So like this. So that means it's going to give us this remainder. And then it's going to subtract that, right? It's going to take that, and then it's going to move the camera negative that. So the camera movement is backwards. So negative x moves the camera this way. So the camera is going to move that way. Dang it. Which would push the dog back into the center and keep him in the center of the screen. But what I want to do is I want to have dog 2 here. We have dog 1 and dog 2. And if dog 1 moves a certain amount, maybe I need to think about this different, because it's like I want the camera to be in between dog 1 and dog 2, right? I want the camera to look at the difference between the dogs left and right. Ooh, this might be the solution. I want it to take the difference. And then I want it to find the center of this difference. And I want it to move that center. I want it to use that. And I want it to move that much, as the camera's going to move from there back. So it sounds like I need a like a focal point. Like a dog center or a dog focal point that'll get averaged out. So I'll calculate all the dog's positions and find the center, and then do this calculation between it and there. Yes, I think that's it. So instead of this, let's actually copy this, comment it out so that we don't break stuff. So this is, instead of this being dog 1's X, this is going to be focal X. And now we just need to get, we need to calculate focal X. We need to figure out the differences between all of the dogs. Is the problem centering the camera? I misunderstood and was working on following positions in a circumference. Well, okay, so this is a great question. There's two ways of doing this, right? So there's like, and maybe this is like this is a game design decision, because I think what I came up with was something different. So this would be like, there's an invisible fence, whether it's a circle or a rectangle. That's not important at the moment, although I think it'd be best if it was a circle. And when you're moving inside of here, the camera doesn't move. Like, that's one way to do it. And then when you hit the edge, you start pushing the camera, right? Vampire Survivors, the way it works is it locks your player in the center. So it's like there's a very small, like it just locks your player right in the center, and then when you move, it pushes, right? But with their multiplayer, if we have another dog in here, and there's a dog here, and this one pushes, then this one will eventually hit the other wall, and they'll kind of like stop. Like, so you're essentially pushing the camera around. This one here is almost like, this method here would be, let me draw this again. Actually, let's do this one. Nope. This almost wouldn't even be, it wouldn't even have a fence, so to speak. It would have like this, and then this dog here. And so, like, if your dog is in, if you just have one dog and he's in the middle, then he just moves and the whole screen moves with him. But then if there's this dog here and this dog here, and he moves away, he's going to slowly move away over there. And then if he bumps the screen, like, it's not going to, it's not going to, like, it'll stop, and then... So if he's at the screen over here... Can you just average all the X and Y positions? That's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that might be good enough. Because I don't think I want like a fence to collide with. So how would you average all of the dogs X and Y? So we would say local focal. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Let's actually get rid of that. Let's just do one at a time. That would be... You would probably want to grab the dog with the most extreme X and extreme Y. Because if the ones in the middle are moving around, we don't care about those. Oh, that's a licensed game. We're not going to listen to that one. What would be... I would need like a little helper function that gets the lowest X and gets the lowest Y. Does max and min take multiple... Let's see, where's my functions? There's my functions. Max. Oh, and it's C, so I can't see what the thing is. All right, I gotta look it up on Lua. Hold on a second. Do you know how many parameters you can give to max? I'm wondering if I'm going to need to loop through these or if I can just give it like a table. Since max is a method from Lua's library, max is a method max. Value 1, 2, and 3 returns the maximum value among the input variables. Oh! No, you're not wrong. Let's do... It looks like it supports just like as many as you want. There's going to be a much cleaner way to do this. Temp performer to a nil focal X. Oh, equals. Come on, Wash. It's doing something. Oh, why am I doing X and Y? Because I'm a dummy-dumb. Okay. So it definitely supports 2. Let me get a third controller real quick. All right, I have 3 controllers. Please don't crash Picotron, because that has happened before. Okay. Let's go to our dog. So we got 1, 2, 3. Another beans. We can't have that. There we go. Boop. Boop. Boo! Alright, so if he walks this way... Oh! It does not. Alright, so that means we're going to have to figure out how to do this. I need to get the maximum out of potentially 8 dogs. I foresee a for loop in my future. Hey, Unused Taco! I see we've gotten past the door loading screen. Is this the theoretical multiplayer testing phase? No-ish. We are in the gameplay scene. So we got the house. We got dogs going in the doors. We're kicking it off with the ready screen. And then we have, bam, gameplay. And right now I'm working on getting the camera to move around and like average around all of them. And it's respecting the player 1 and player 2, but not player 3. Also, we need to work out the min as well. So, how am I going to... Let's see. Local max equals what? Maybe I should get a table of all of the dog's X positions, and then I can process that next. So X's equals a table. We'll see for dog in all dogs do. Dogs do. I don't think you need a max and min. Sum all of the x's in a loop, then all of the y's, and divide each by the number of active dogs. How would I... Is there a sum? Is there a math.sum? Math sine square. I guess summing them would just be adding them all together. Let's call this sum x equals 0. And then we'll say sum x plus equals dog.x. And then we will say sum x equals, actually, can't you do divide equals the length of dog? If I'm understanding you, what you're saying, I think that's what you're talking about, right? Does that look right? Actually, I can collapse that into there. I'll just do this. That way we don't have to lump through each table. That value would just be your focal X now. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Oh, so instead of even doing focal X, that's just... Okay, and that makes a bit more sense. So let's just do sum X. Oh, Kevin, I think you did it. We didn't do Y, but... Interesting. Oh, it sounds like they're all off on a little adventure. I'm turning the music up. Away we go, dogs. Aw, the adventure music stopped. Controlling 3 dogs at the same time is not easy. All right, that bit's over. We're turning the music back down. Okay. Well, let's think about this for a second. I like the simplicity of this math. Here's the question. If one guy's over here and one guy's over here, do I like this? I don't think it feels bad. I think we're going to run with it. I think it's one of those things, like, I'm not sure if my eyes care about it at the moment. Like, it's weighted towards where more of the players are. If you want an even split, you could go back to min, max, and average between the two. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I don't think it looks bad, honestly. I just don't know if it's what I want, if that makes sense. I also need to figure out a way to clamp them to the edge of the screen. But I think that's a problem for tomorrow, Wash. Let's go to our thing here. To-dos. To do the edge of the screen thing, I'm probably going to have to like keep track of the camera. I should probably do that anyway. All right, we're still working. Okay. What does that look like when I'm actually moving around? Let's turn off dog 3 real quick. And let's go to debug. We want camera X, camera Y. Too many controllers. All right, so what I want to do is I want to look at the camera and dog 1's X. Ooh. Negative 69 and 66. If I go into my movement, tile collisions, that's drawing the dog, enemy collision, health regeneration, there's my movement. Then I'd check tile collisions there. If... Am I resetting picture? Where is it setting it back? If not, tiles Y, we check the mask. Oh, it must be in the other one. I need to not do that. I need to not offload stuff into different places. I'm just going to try if self.x is less than camera X, but negative camera X. Where is my... Oh, I need to pull up my actor stuff. All right, lib actor last X is what I called it. Then self.x equals self.lastx. I'm just curious if that's a simple enough math for it to work. Oh, right. That messes that up. If self dot where's my gamepad? Gamepad. Okay. Self dot gamepad on then. All right. Will this actually stop me? It's not perfect, but hot dang if it isn't close. And that's a problem there. But if we do if x is greater than camera, will that do the same thing? No. Because it's not that. It's camera plus screen width. Okay. Because we're not including the player width. That's fine. Self.x plus self.width. Is your input code code set up in such a way that two players could use a shared keyboard? Something like one player controls WSD, another the arrow keys. Currently, no, but that is totally doable. Hey, look at that. It's not perfect, but hot dang if it isn't close enough. And actually, I think it's only off by 1 pixel. Because these dogs have like shaded backgrounds or like outlines. Unused taco. So right now I'm just using the gamepads as inputs, but I mean you can do key presses just fine. And technically, if you use the arrow keys, it's the left stick, and if you use WASD, it's the right stick. So you could, like, I could just set a mode where it's like WASD and the arrows, but you could also have like a controller with somebody using the left stick and somebody using the right stick of that same controller. that would technically work. One of the things that I was planning on doing this later was abstracting the button presses out so that I could you could rebind them in the settings and stuff like that. But right now it's just plug in a controller, and player 1 is just the keyboard because that's the Picotron default. All right, and then if I do this, why? And then we need to change that to height. Nice. And I guess if I wanted to, like, I could do some, like, pie stuff here to figure out, like, a radius to, like, clamp it to a circle if I wanted to. But let's actually move this into its own collision function. Self. And there's check tile collisions, and we'll just do a new one here. We'll just say function dog check edge collision. Yeah, that's fine. And we don't need that in here, at least. And really, this is going to be for... we don't use this for not cinematics. Sounds uncomfortable. Hey man, that's what we kids used to do back in the day. I remember very distinctly when I was like 7, 8, maybe even 10 years old, playing Super Mario Brothers 3 with my brother. And we were essentially speedrunning the game, but I would use one half of the Super Nintendo controller and he'd use the other. So he was using the buttons and he was jumping and I was moving. And good times. Good fun times. I think we even like played Super Bomberman that way, as like a way, because we were really good and our little sister was not good. And so we would both share one controller to make it harder on ourselves, and she got a controller by herself. Which, by the way, docs, projects, been meaning to put that on there. All right. Beep, 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 beep. We've been at it for 3 hours. Holy bagolies. Awesome. Wee! Look at him dance. Doodle 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 boop. I actually like the way it is. Thank you again for that, Kevin. Our gameplay scene is functional. Ooh, do we want to spawn attacks? Are we getting into attack territory? Hmm? Let's go back to one dog so we can get the system working. This is... That's the colliding health effect. Attack timer, time attack. Tetris attack, baby. All right, I think I'm going to keep rolling until we get an attack working on screen. So, this is going to be... So the way I did it in Legendables is I had an attack system that would control spawning attacks, moving them like objects in a table, all of that stuff, and then I would attach them to characters. So, what that means is we should be able to make the attacks function on their own and just spawn in the center of the screen and do their behaviors. And then we can work on assigning them to the dogs later. That way we don't have to, we can just do it here. Actually, did we fix the stuff? Can we just skip to the scene? Can I just skip into gameplay? Hey, look at that. We can just skip right into gameplay. Nice. Let's look at our attacks. All right, so I was initting attacks. I was doing some crazy Pico 8 shenanigans. The attacks had their own tables. I don't know if... I don't think attacks should be actors. I think they need to be their own thing. Because I don't want them Y-sorted. I want them on top of everything. I don't want them drawn at the same time as the other actors. I could probably make their own class. Let's just look through here and see what we got. So the first attack is going to be dig. So these are the stats. Dig power, amount, speed, rate, and cooldown. And this is going to need to go away. Well, no. That's probably going to... that can stay. If y'all have never played Uniracers for the Super Nintendo, you're missing out. It's a great game. All right. So that's the beginning stats for the attack. Now, the player will have their own... Well, okay, so in Vampire Survivors, you get the attack. Let's go to the Chi-Chi. So here's you. And you're going to get the attack up here. Boop. And it's going to have a level. And the attacks are just going to... They're just going to like do their thing, right? And so if we have player 1 and player 2, player 2's attacks are going to be up here. And the way they do it in Vampire Survivors, which is the way I'm going to do it here, is that each player, like each weapon can only be owned by one player. So if one player has the dig attack, another player can't get the dig attack. So that means there is a global attack for that. Like it doesn't need to be attached to a character in the sense that it's going to like pull from their power. Well, it'll probably pull. Well, no. I was going to say it's not going to pull from a character's power level because the attacks are augmented by items. And those items have their own level, right? And so as that item levels up, then the attack that's affected by it levels up. But if I did want to go through and actually give stats to the players, like to the actual characters themselves, then we would need to reference what player the attack has. I could do that from the attack side. I could be like, assign a dog to the attack. Like attacks could almost be like their own entities. And we assign, instead of assigning an attack to the dog, we just add the dog's, like its owner's attack to it or defense to it or something like that. Cooldown. So this is fine. Okay. So we've got all the attacks, waves and sea waves. And then these are the items. Bacon power is the one. Okay. Get item dog dot item. That's going to be all right. Let's take a look at our items. Where does initting items happen? Gameplay. Init enemies. Init objects. We're not initting items. Okay. Are we doing it in the update? No. Okay. So we need to init items. So we're doing the scene stuff, we're loading the map, we're loading the music. Save data. We're initting enemies, we're initting the dogs. This is probably going to get folded into initting the actors eventually. So I need to decide where the attacks are going to live. Init enemies. Init the actors. Probably before. What's the difference between the items and the attacks? Oh, so the attacks are the actual like objects on screen. The items, I think, are like inventory stuff. Getting an item. Drawing the items. Yeah, that's item slots in the item bar. Draw the item bar. Okay. Table. Okay. Okay, so get item and then an item. Accepts item table items. If items 0. So if we get an item, then it go and it's level 0, then it goes to 1. Okay. Now when we init our attacks, we were storing the dog's item. And what does it do? I feel like I buried this stuff into a whole bunch of levels deep. Level the item. I feel like I need to gut this and redo it. So, setting things up is one thing, but being able to reset them up later is another. So that's why I'm not just creating these, I'm actually wanting to initialize them. So do I... Do I? So this is saying that the attacks are not enabled. This is treating an attack like its own object. Oh wow, this is a long. Okay. Okay, I think I know what I want to do. I want to make a new file for this. Let's do and let's do this. All right, we don't need this line. We'll have that line. Here's our attack folder, and we'll actually make this and this is going to be slash, nope, source slash, I did it plural, right? Attacks. Source attacks, yep. File in all attack files. There we go. And that's going to just go ahead and scrub through the attack folder and just include all of them. Why didn't it work? Could not include attacks. Oh, did I forget a trailing? There we go. All right, so let's. There we go. So that's currently broken. All right, and so when we do the attacks, it's going to create them. Let's go ahead and grab dig. Is that how I want to do it? Hmm. Because I'm pretty sure I just have update attacks. You just have like sections where it's like if I'm adding those to an attack table and then giving them behaviors by kind. Interesting. But dig has its own because of course. Once I get a plan formulated, I think it's going to go a lot faster, but I feel like I'm stalling because I don't have a good plan of attack. Plan of attack. Oh man. I wish I had some commentary. Right now I'm just kind of stuck in my head. All right, let's talk this out. So right now I've got these states for the attacks being on or off. It starts out as nil. It's like setting a bunch of globals, essentially. We make the attacks table that the attacks live in. And then these are like the stats, essentially, for that attack. And then we assign an item to a dog. It's default, because every dog has its default. And then this is the cooldown. Attack collide. If attack and all attacks do sprite collide object and attack. Okay. So that takes care of attack penetration and bouncing them back. And then an update attack, we'd look through the whole attacks table. If attack.fx, then whatever that is. Oh, flip. And then we check if it's a ball. If that's the kind, then we do the ball logic. If the attack is a disc, we do the disc logic. If it's a hydro, we do the hydro logic. If the attack animation is not nil, then we animate the object. Then we move the object. And then we drop the attack's HP, and that's kind of like its life timer. If the attack HP is less than 0, or the attack's penetration is 0, or if its size is 0, then we delete the attack. But if it's a disk, then we delete the object attack 8. I guess there's something specific about it being a disk. When we draw the attacks, we draw all of the attacks. We just draw the object. If it's a dig, we do some special stuff. Some palette shifting, I guess. Draw a string. Oh, for the swing ball. Okay. Now we have a spawn for the dig rate, drawing stuff with the amount, whether it's flipped. Add the attack, whether it's flipped or not, and then we do the sound effect. Then we have a spawn ball, we have a spawn stick, we have a spawn disc, spawn the turd, and we have an update for turds. Spawn flea color stuff, spawn the hydro, spawn the zap, zap bolt, update perfume. That's for attracting experience bones. And then we can level the items up, and this is like the big thing of what gets leveled up when an item gets leveled up. I remember going through this. Boy, this is a bunch of if statements. And then the shockwaves. And then we can spawn shockwaves. Oh, that's interesting. I did update, spawn, and draw, not the other one. Normally I do spawn, update, and draw. Wave colliding, and that's it. I think I want to do a class, because there's a lot of shared code here. Let me look at Legendables. All right, so in Legendables, we have attacks. Let me use the items. Drops. Okay, so attacks. We have a master table. We can spawn a parent. It's got all of its logic inside, like the collision and update. And this is being added to what? Actor. They are actors. And it'll have a parent and a wielder that we're passing to it, but we're creating it. This is essentially a constructor. So this isn't items. These are like the physical actual attack stuffs. So here is the sword. So we're doing a get item with the wielder, the item number, and a button to assign it to. If the number's 1, then an item equals this with all the stuff. It's got a trigger, update function inside of it, draw function, passive function. And then if we go all the way down to the bottom, otherwise items this, item.wielder equals wielder. Then we return the item. Item, is this like a master class? Yeah, item equals item new, which would be this. Setting the meta table. Okay. So where's the get item? Probably under drops. Spawn item drop. Drop new drop. Init stuff. Get item. I don't see a get item in here. Get item. No get item. Interesting. Okay. So where do we actually get? Okay. So the button equals get item, and then it grabs that item object and dumps it in there. Okay. Man, I need to get back into Legendables. This is a lot of overhead. All right. So let's think about this then. So we've got items that can be activated, and they're going to spawn attacks. Is it worth all that overhead is the question. I'm going to leave this here just for reference in the future. We might need that. I think I'm doing this backwards. So if I do this... No, because see, this is like... I want to update all of the attacks at once. Yeah, I need to... Man, I'm trying to think of where to start. Hey, Denaxi. Cozy visuals reminds me of Amiga days. Oh, 100%. This is Picotron, if you've never heard of Picotron before. It's a fantasy workstation, kind of like Pico 8's fantasy console. And I kind of liken it to the Amiga era, but it is like its own thing. I'm currently working on a Vampire Survivors game with dogs. And I'm trying to think through the I'm trying to think through how to get these attacks set up and where I want to get things set up. So I'm gonna need the attack item, like the item itself, to be separate from the attacks. Yeah, doggies are pretty great. We actually have a whole bunch of them. We've got 8 different characters and 1 cat, because why not? It's currently not enabled at the moment, but I have infrastructure put in place to have multiple players too. Rawr! And they can bark. They have their voices. His name's Yipper. Yeah, it's fun. I really enjoy it. It's my jam. I think I need to make a new actor. Let's pull up the actor class. Nope, not that. Let's go to lib, actor. And let's copy all of this. And let's dump it into attacks. Yeah, Picotron uses Lua. Good eye. And actually, it's pretty well compatible with Pico 8 if you've ever done any Pico 8 stuff. You can't use like if you use any of the Pico 8 hacks, where you kind of like exploit some of the fantasy hardware, those won't work. But for the most part, it doesn't take much to port your code. That's actually what I'm doing right now. This is a like if you go to the lexalawful.com BBS, my game Poochie Survivors is on there. Actually, and I'm currently porting it to Picotron. I think it's the first hit. Yeah, if you go on to here it is. If you search for Poochie Survivors, I'm like the #1 Google hit. I got you at Doug's. There's the link to the game on the Lexalawful BBS if you're interested. All right, actors. We're going to change this to attacks. Attack. There's our actor. Okay. Wait a minute. I didn't need to do that. I should have just been able to inherit from my actors. Source. Attacks. New attack. Okay. Blade equals actor : new. Okay, so is that all I need to do? Let's see here. Because I don't want like all of this duplicate collision detection and stuff. Ugh, this is the kind of stuff that I get tripped up on. Attacks equals a table. And you know what? I don't need that. If I go to the dogs. And dog equals this. Set metatable. We'll copy this. And then this is attacks. Here we go. Now I'm feeling the flow. Attacks. And then that's pulling it from actor. What else are we doing here? Characters. Okay. Let's do here. And then our factory. How's streaming been tonight? You've done 4 hours already. I have indeed. It's been pretty good. It's been a couple weeks since I last streamed, but I feel like we got a lot of really good progress going. I got the gameplay scene working, and I got so what I'm really proud of at the moment is being able to move and have the camera dynamically move around with the dog. So, where was it? Right here. So, like, it moves with you, but if you move away, you know, like it automatically adjusts to where the dogs are, and it even clamps like at the edges. So, I'm happy with that. That was a lot of really good progress today. Yeah, because I like right now I'm technically supporting up to 8 players. Picotron supports 8 controllers. I don't know if I'm probably going to shoot for 4 just for gameplay balancing, but I might have like an unbalanced / custom / broken mode where you can just turn on all 8 players. Picotron supports different video modes. Right now I'm using video 3, which is half resolution. Full resolution, it looks like this. So like there's plenty of room on the screen for 8 players if I zoom it out. But I like this resolution. This resolution with 12 by 12 sprites is very cozy, and I like it a lot. All right, so we've got our factory. Let's change this to attacks. So attacks, new properties, alt table, props, properties are that. Set meta table, that's fine. Actors, that's fine. Return the properties. Okay. Hold on a second. My daughter just walked in. All right, I'm back. Okay, so that's our factory. So we don't really need to init the attacks here per se. We're not going to need them on or off. I don't think. I'm going to disable that for now. All right, so in my dog thing over here, then I've got a spawn dog player ID, and then I use dog new. Okay. I'm gonna copy this stuff. And then over here, I can spawn a dig attack. And that's going to be this and that. So we'll say spawn dig. And nothing there for now. The sprite, we're not going to worry about that. And then local dig. Actually, we'll do attack equals attacks, right? It's attacks plural. Yeah, attacks plural. Attacks new. Sprite. What's our attacks? 0 is tiles. That's characters. That's enemies. That's attacks. It's number 4. So I want to do globals graphics equals 256 times 4 times 4. And we'll do graphics plus 82. Middle of the screen, that's fine. 64 width is 12 and 12. This is actually 24 by 12. 24 by 12. Flip X, flip Y, that's fine. All right, and then what I want to do I have any button stuff here? Yes, I do. Get rid of that. Button 5 does a bark. Let's do if button 4 self.gamepad I've seen this Pico stuff before, but never used it myself. Oh man, it's great. And if you're ever like interested in tinkering with it, just Google Pico 8 education, and there's a version that runs completely in the web, and you don't have to buy it or anything. And if we do spawn dig, okay, it is not open source. If you want something similar that's open source, I recommend TIC80, TIC80. But this is actually one of the little pieces of software, this and Picotron, that I'm okay. What the heck was that? Oh, sorry, that music got weird. I'm actually okay with this being closed source. So part of the reason why Pico 8 and Picotron are successful is there's a little bit of a mystery about them. Like, so think of it this way. If you wanted to work on a game for, let's say, the NES or the Super Nintendo or the original PlayStation, it had actual hardware that you really had to like squeeze dry to get all of the usefulness out of it. And you really had to like do all these tricks and exploits and like learn how the chips work and all of that stuff to actually figure out how to best utilize it. Since Pico 8 and Picotron are fantasy consoles, they're only software, right? So if they were open source, you could decompile them, browse through all of the source and everything like that, and like all of the secrets would be revealed, right? Because it's just software. So as a way to emulate that, he closed source Zep, the guy who made it, he closed sources it, and it's like the way he describes it is it's like a house with a secret basement that has like a whole bunch of hidden stuff, and part of the fun of it is the community kind of getting together and tinkering with things. Like, it's got its own memory addresses, and you can like poke stuff into different places in memory. There's a whole bunch of features that aren't documented in the manual, and as the community finds them, they kind of share them with each other. And it's like one day you'll see somebody post a game that like does this crazy effect, and everyone's like, whoa, how'd you do that? And he's like, well, if you do this, that, and the other, then you can squeeze this out of it and make it do this, that, and like I think that's really cool, and that's a big part of the fun for me. What did I break? Oh, we need to go back to vid mode 1. Attempts to call a nil value init. What is this? Oh, dig.init. That's because that's not a thing anymore. All right, so this should... Okay. Global dig rate. Spawn dig. Oh, there... Oh, okay. Old. It's grabbing that function first. It's not grabbing this one here. All right. All right. So I think if we do... Let's grab... Let's go to our debug. And let's look for attacks. And we're just going to set this to the length of attacks. So right now there are no attacks. There are still no attacks, so it's not actually spawning them. Okay. Why is it not spawning them? Not sure I understood your rant. Closed source never stopped me from decompiling it. Yeah, no, you're good. I know a lot of people don't like that it's closed source, but I think that there is a special value to it. Because in open source, there are no mysteries. You see all of the source code there. Oh, I didn't add it. Duh. Let's see. Let's see on my dog. Where's our constructor? Here's the dog. Da, 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 da. Oh, yeah. That's what I need at the end, right there. Oh, nice. What kind of hardware do you tinker on? Okay, we're spawning attacks. They're just not drawing anywhere. Which means... Attacks, init attacks... Do 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 do. That means I should probably add a draw function. So if I do... Various controllers for Galvo? I've not heard of that. CO2 and 3D printing and CNC. Oh, I do a lot of 3D printing as well. I've never gotten into CNC. I don't like... The machines are expensive. But that's really awesome. What's a Galvo and CO2? Are those like industrial applications? Oh, laser cutters and engravers. That's cool. Oh, Cephl. S-E-L-F. There we go. Oh, looking at Y-Sorts. We don't want that because it's an actor. We'll have to figure out a way to work around that. And so if we did like random 480, random 270. Well, that's not what I meant to do. Because, yeah, that's the draw. Ooh, how many? Wow, we're only using 12 CPU at 52 attacks. Look at that. How high could we go? More. More. We're only at 62% CPU. Oh, wait, no, we did cross it. We're at 30 frames a second now. That's funny. Yeah, what I meant to do was up here. So what we could do is say dog1.x and .y. And that'll spawn it wherever we are. Oh. And then this should be self x. Prince of Persia 2, you need some better music. So that way we could go boom, 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 boom. How many do we need to get to before it dropped to 30 FPS? I actually want to know that number. Oh, there it goes. About 160, it looks like. Cool. Still better than most games nowadays. Yeah, I know, right? Hey, with all the RAM price shortages, we never have to worry about people not being able to play our Picotron games. Okay, here is our foundation. That means that we can drop an update function in here. And we can grab our attack. Where is our attack? Our dig stuff. Spawn waves. Nope. Update. Zapple. Hydro fleas. Spawn the dig. We can grab this. And we're just going to dump it into here. All right, so let's grab this, dig, change you. All right, let's clean up this syntax a little bit. So our dig rate is going to go down. If our dig rate is less than or equals 0, And then we reset it to our cooldown plus paw power, or paw power, which is the item that increase or decreases cooldown. Dog.per? Where did you see that? Or did you mean dig.per? Yeah, I have the so if I go here and turn off monospace, it's power, but I like the monospace font and it's not as clean. That's a W, that's a U. So Flip is going to, okay, so we need to pass our dog into here somehow. Let's do dog, and then dog equals dog. And then over here when we're spawning it, oh, this will actually be cool. Where is, where's my button? Here it is. And then we'll say self. We'll just dump self into there, and that way any dog can spawn one of these. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I've been messing with Picotron since it went live. It's been out for about a year or so, a year and a half maybe. But I was holding off on getting into it because I was still learning Pico 8 and still learning how to code. And then around January, February, maybe even March, it was like spring of this year, they added binary exports, so you could export to like Mac bundles and EXEs. So is it like a whole suite for game deving? Picotron itself? Yeah, so like pretty much everything I do is in Picotron here. It gives you like a whole desktop environment, and it comes with, hold on, you know what? Let me turn this off. Let me save this cart and load up. Let's go carts, work in progress, legendables. So it's got the code editor. It's got the sprite editor. It's got a built-in map editor. This is a Zelda game that I'm working on. And it's got a music and sound effects editor. Let me... Oh, this one's a little better. Yeah, and pretty much everything in Picotron is made in Picotron. You know, like I've made these little gamepad testers for like testing inputs. Yeah, I'm hoping to get into Godot at some point in the future once I learn like how to get into 3D and stuff like that. I've only been programming for, I just had like my 2-year anniversary last October. So it's been fun to get into. But yeah, like it's technically it's a workstation. Like Pico 8 is a fantasy console and it's entirely designed to make games out of. Picotron is a workstation, so you're supposed to be able to make like PC like tools and stuff in it, but I use it pretty much exclusively for making games. But it's pretty new. It's still in development. But I mean, I've been using it for almost a year now, and it's been rock solid for me. What the heck? All right, so where were we? We were cleaning this stuff up for I equals 0 to dig amount, offset X, offset Y. Flip, we determined that. Oh, yeah, that's right. We were going to pass the dog into here. So we now have a dog here. So we could say flip equals self dot dog dot flip x. Pretty sure it's called flip x. Yeah, flip x. This is Lady Stalker, Tower of Ramusu. It does sound like Castlevania, though. I've got a SNES music app. Like, this isn't Spotify or some Waves or anything. It's actually like a console music emulator where it emulates the systems themselves. And I dumped a whole bunch of ROMs in there, and I'm just playing a bunch of Super Nintendo songs at the moment. All right, there's flip. We can probably get rid of this and just plug that into here. Let's do that, actually. So if the dog is flipped, then our offset is going to be that. We can actually move this, move into OFX with sorry, I think you answered, but I got commercial Twitch knowing when to do. Yeah, no worries. What was your question? Yeah, the ads on Twitch are bad. The ads on everything are bad nowadays. Oh, it wasn't from Castlevania. Lady Stalker, Tower of Ramusu is the name of it. Hey, NBA Hang Time, heck yeah. I wish I had a way that wasn't processor intensive to capture like the song title so I could put it up on the stream. My poor little computer is so stressed. Local D, fill tab. Oh. Okay, so this is where it would dump it into the attacks table. I mean, no, I'm using Meld Studio, and like I can grab it. Like it's not a problem to like grab a portion of that window and overlay it. That's not the issue. The issue is I have too many screen capture things going on at the moment, and my little MacBook is like 5 years old, and it only has 8 gigs of RAM, and doing all of this at the same time is already like stretching it. I just think it would be a good addition to add it on there, so you could kind of like see the music that's playing. But I need a new computer. Don't upgrade. Nah, I need to. I'm eventually gonna need it. I've only got like a 250 gig SSD and 8 gigs of RAM. I actually had to. I have an iMac on my desk next to me, and I had to offload a whole bunch of other stuff to it. Like I keep my Twitch chat over there. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna fix these. I need to be able to visualize this before I can fix it. Hey, thanks for the sub. I super duper appreciate. Oh wow, I super duper appreciate it with the Prime sub. Thank you. You didn't have to do that, but that's awesome. I super appreciate it. Let's drop this in here. Yeah, so Picotron, or sorry, Pico 8 has a concept called tokens, and a lot of people don't like them. I actually think they serve a pretty good purpose. But it's a way of breaking down code into manageable and measurable pieces. And there's a limit to the amount of tokens that you can have in a Pico 8 card. And so you do a bunch of these crazy, wacky tricks to crunch your code down, and it like teaches you how to optimize and keep your project within scope, because carts can only be like 8,192 tokens long. And so a lot of this like crunched down looking stuff is because I'm doing crazy techniques to save tokens in Pico 8. But now that Picotron doesn't have any sort of token measurement, so it's been a lot nicer moving from Pico 8 to Picotron and being like, I can actually document my code and it doesn't crank up the character count, and I can actually like make things legible. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Pico 8 is fantastic in its design of limitations. It really forces an end goal, so you got to ship your product eventually. But Picotron has been excuse me, been a wonderful happy medium, and I like it a lot. So D equals fill table NWH. What even is this? Probably sprite number, width, and hit points. Do I have a tool in here called fill table? There it is. Keys, value, and T. T equals nil. Okay. If there's U, fill table with that. Local split, and then it returns. Okay. So I guess that's just a way of making a table. It does invoke creativity. Don't like programming on modern platforms. Have you been programming for very long? Let's do... Oh, I see what it's doing. It's d.n equals 44. Yeah, good gravy. 2 and then 10. And we'll reformat this. Width, HP. Okay. And then this can just equal a table. And so now that we did that, this can actually go like this. And this goes like this. And then this goes like this. And we can just remove this. All right. And then, all right, so for the dig, all right, because you can have multiples. You can spawn multiple digs. 30 years or so. Wow. I'm in the presence of greatness. Me over here with my little babby 2 years. All right. So we get the offset for the dog for the initial position. If it's flipped, we move that. If I modulo 2. Oh, this handles. Enjoy these early years are the most fun. Well, that's good to know. I mean, I'm not a spring chicken. I'm in my 40s. But I am a spring chicken when it comes to coding. I've actually worked in You talking to me?
I said 40 and fabulous.
40 and fabulous. 40 and flirty and fabulous. I've actually tried to learn to program for many decades, but they never gelled with my brain until I picked up Lua. All right, so I'm doing all that stuff to create this object. This is spawning an attack. And then this update function, this is incorrect. This stuff here should be up here in the stats. These are the conditions to spawn. Which means that it should be, a lot of that stuff should be up here. But this is actually going to be probably somewhere else. Yeah, it's funny, like, man, probably a decade ago when I got into Minecraft modding, I found a mod called Computercraft, and I was like digging into it, rolling my own family server, and I was like, wow, this is fun. If only programming were as easy as Computercraft. And I didn't find out till like once I picked up Lua, or like in Pico 8, I stumbled across that Computercraft mod again, found out that the language that it used was Lua. So it's like if I would have like figured out that Lua was actually a language way back then, I probably would have gotten into programming a lot sooner. But I've tried so many times to get into programming, and it's just been really great to finally have this skill unlocked. Yeah, knock yourself out. Won't promise I'll take it, but you're welcome to give it. What? Where am I putting stuff? Stay with what you're using for at least 5 years? I mean, that's pretty solid. So my current plan is, I'll just type it down here. I started with Pico 8. And then my plan was to make a couple games in it, which I have, and then move to Picotron. And then make a couple games in that, and then move to Love 2D. The reason Love 2D is the next on my list is it still uses Lua, but it would force me to, like, there's the hardest things that I struggle with are syntax and like the stuff around programming. So like managing an IDE and software tool chains, and like how do format graphics and get them into an atlas to make it work with a certain sprite routine library that you pulled from GitHub somewhere, Pygame and whatnot. Like, that's the kind of stuff that I struggle with. Pico 8 was great because it took care of all of that stuff. It was really scoped down. I could just focus on learning Lua, and I didn't have to worry about all of that infrastructure. Picotron's been great because it has a little bit more infrastructure around it. The carts aren't flat text files like they are in Pico 8. They're folders, and they can contain files inside of them. And you can like interact with the operating system, well, the Picotron's operating system. You can like interact with other carts. There's network support that I've been dabbling in, and it's like spoon feeding me how to interact with other systems through my code. But it's still the same underlying Lua and Picotron eccentricities. Love is still in Lua, but it's like build your own ID, your environment, bring your own IDE, bring your own music creation software. So the infrastructure side is going to be a whole lot harder, but it would allow me to expand into using all of the hardware of a computer rather than a fantasy operating system with fake limitations and stuff. So that's the next step. And then after that, and this is kind of like my main quest. This is like the Great Plateau in Breath of the Wild. Once I get off of there, then I plan on going to Godot, or probably Godot, just because it's open source and I want to eventually get into 3D. My end game is to put games on Steam and to be a hobbyist indie game developer. I don't really plan on quitting my day job or anything like that, but yeah, it's $100 to get a game on Steam. I want to learn that process, get it out there, and say that I've made some games. And you know what? The only difference between an amateur and a professional is if you make money at it. So technically, if I make $1 selling his game on Steam, I'll be a professional game dev, and I can check that off my bucket list. Plus, I just really like video games, and I like making stuff. But that's the goal. So if you recommend 5 years, a year in Pico 8 and a couple years in Picotron, and then a couple years in Love 2D is probably going to line up with that pretty great, to be quite honest. Ooh, I like this song. Logic theme from, ooh, that's a Japanese word. Ochan no Oekekai Logic. Oh, awesome. That actually means a lot coming from somebody who's got 30 years experience. Okay, so we don't need that because we already have the updated sprite. We're not using width either in this regard because that's a Pico 8 thing. HP, we do need some stats. So HP equals 10. Kind equals dig. And then x equal, oh, we can pass the dog into this. So we can say dog dot x plus the offset is what we need. OFX. I'm just going to dump that in here for the time being. We're going to have to figure out actually where to make it though. Plus OFY. And then flip x, actually, you know what? We can just do that here. Flip x is going to equal dog.x dot flip x. And we can get rid of that. Actually, maybe we might not. Down here, speed equals dig speed. And actually, let's type this out properly. But you're in luck for the next upcoming 10 years, that much I can tell you, if you keep up the grind steadily. Nice! Experience does not really mean anything when making games, to be fair. You mean like just programming experience? Like it's a different skill than like game design? Power equals yes, it is. Making games is fun. Making games fun has nothing to do with being able to, with being good at code. Yeah, no, that's fair. It's like how when you're learning a language, there's a big difference between, what is it? Hearing a language and understanding, speaking it, and then writing it and reading it. Like those are all four completely separate skills. Dog power. Dog power plus dig power. Oh. All right, and then these are all in a table. Now, so when I spawn a dig, this is a constructor. So that means the timing should be handled outside of this. So that means the cooldown rate should happen outside of this as well. Oh yeah, 100%. Stardew Valley is a great example. We can get rid of that. We can get rid of this. And let's, what is sound effect 3? What if we, I need like a pew. What if we do like, so what if we take our noise and we just go like, and maybe we drop the octave down to like 3. Oh, nope, that's the instrument. To like 2. I'm going to pause this music for a second. That's way too mechanical sounding. Yeah, I know, right? It's pretty cool. The fact that it is so complete as Gamedev, a Gamedev suite is really nice to see. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, it's the whole package. If I could buy a computer and like just have it run Picotron, I would probably just use it for like my daily stuff. I'm actually a lot better at the Picotron or the Pico 8 music editor than this. This one you have to like build your own instruments. You know what? That's silly enough. I'm going to keep that. Sound effect 1. Beep, beep. I'm going to turn the music down a little bit. All right, so let's get it going in one direction first. Where is that's my spawn dig function. Do I have an update dig? Spawn zap, update perfume, update waves. Is it just update attacks? Ball, disc, hydro. Where the heck is my dig logic? That's spawning it. Okay, well, we're going to remake it then. Let's do... let's grab you, and we're just going to put you into the update function here. This is the spawning stuff. So we're going to drop the conditions up here. And let's not worry about this for now, because we're just going to spawn it when we press a button. I just want the thing to function and work. So we've got flip X. We want this to be the opposite of the dog, I think. It's facing the left, and our dogs face the left. So we want it to match the dog. All right. Then let's do this. So our main... Oh, actually, we only want that to fire off once. So in our update function, we want it to self dot x minus equals self dot HP, minus equals 1. Yeah, that's self-explanatory. I don't need to comment that. If self.hp is less than or equal to 0, then we delete and we delete ourselves from the text. And then we'll say self.x minus equals 1. And we can say if self.flip x. So if we are not flipped, then we'll go this way. If we are flipped, self.x plus equals 1. What are we stuck on? Dig.lua. Did I miss a comma? Is there an extra comma? I missed a comma right there. And right there. You can run it on compatibility layer in a Linux environment that runs on Raspberry Pi. That would be pretty cool. You don't need to do double checks for something that has only 2 states. Yeah, I know. You can just use an else. Sometimes I do that just to read it better in my brain. I wonder if something like that would actually use more cycles. Global OFI. Oh, yeah, because we're not using that yet. What? 0 and 4. Oops. So we'll do or 0 or -4. Okay, well, poo-poo on you. We'll just not use that for now. We'll just use magic numbers. Dig power. Really? I thought I defined that above. Oh, I didn't. That's on me. Hey, look at that. So that is backwards. So we want to go plus and then minus. And then, right? Oh, it's not actually flipping the sprite. Oh, because I'm not putting that in down here. Dot flip x. Nice. No, you're good. You're good. You have comparison that you don't need to do double checks. It does because you have comparison that needs to be run. Yeah. Okay, that's fair. I honestly don't mind backseating and stuff like that. Like a lot of this is like either self-taught or what I found from like online tutorials and this, that, and the other. I'm just now, I feel like, getting to a place where I should probably start to be thinking about how underlying systems and stuff like that works. No, you're good. Zero problems whatsoever. But yeah, like it's one of those things where it's just like I've been struggling a long time to just get let's get actors to even get like basic syntax to like master that. And so now I feel like now I feel like I have a good grasp on that kind of stuff, and I can branch out into like other things. So no, that's good. That's good to know. And actually, that means I probably should just do this, and then we'll do minus, and then plus. What? Oh, just else. We're getting there. This is going to be -8. Nope. This is going to be like 0. Yeah, there we go. Kicking that dirt up behind him. And then it really should be... Oh, that's because the sprite is offset. Because I need to like redo the art. If we make the y -1, yeah, then it is behind him. And then we could just go like that. And do I have an init built into my actor class? Oof, it's getting late. Good, ooh, good gravy. This is when I know I need to start calling it quits. Let's do... Okay, it is doing that. All right, so if that's the case, then I do have a little init that I can do. Just take it slow. Take it slow. Then my offsets, I'm just going to make this dog X and dog Y. And then we'll say if self dot flip X Oh wait, no. I can do this fancier. I can flex my programming skills. We can say this equals dog dot flip X and or dog dot flip X and dog dot X minus, I'm just going to say 12 for now. X. Says it thinks it's a Boolean. Did I mess this up? In this case, I liked your first idea better. I just like using the Booleans. Yeah. But I want to flex. That's it. Nope. Oh, so it works to the right, but it doesn't work to the left. Maybe that's what it was. I didn't put the not. There it is. I forgot the not. You're right that sometimes readability trumps fancy code styles. Otherwise, we're all going to learn like Haskell and nobody knows what's going on. All right, so this should be no. And then this one is -12. There we go. And then make this 12, make it last a little longer. And it should work for both of them. Yeah. Hey, kick up dust on you. Get out of here, dog. Get out. Get. What's something fun about good programmers? They don't write much code, but try to write the least code that is most clear. I dig that. I dig it. All right. Well, I think we're going to wrap up. We're at the 5-hour mark. More code is more debugging. Yeah, 100%. Let's review our to-do document, or our design doc. We actually got spawning attacks working. They just still need to be tinkered with. Hook to timed instead of buttons. Thanks for the stream. Think my dog is going to be happy too. She's looking at me like, when we're going to sleep, we're already over time. Thank you so much for hanging out. Hanking out. Wow, I need to go. Is it Danixie? Danashi? How do you pronounce your name? Is the XI a G or a Xi? Danaxi. Danaxi? I'm just going to keep saying a bunch of them. Danaxi. Got it. That's normally what I do. I just pronounce everyone until someone says, yes, that's it. All right, Denoxy. Thank you so much for hanging out. Dang, we got a lot done. And I'm super duper happy with this work. I don't think we can check any of these. Well, but we're working on the dirt dig. Anyway, all right. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out. I don't know if I'm going to stream again soon. I am on Christmas break, so I might stream more in the late evenings. But don't forget to subscribe and follow and do all the fun stuff. Exclamation point Discord if you want to join my Discord. I send out notifications there. I'm bad about sending out notifications anywhere else, but if you sub on Twitch and let them do that, that'll do it too. And we will see you next time. Bye-bye. Oh, hold on.